Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 5:46 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates of the Department of Agriculture as outlined in Resolution E2. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $45,350,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture to make opening comments of up to 1 hour, and if they wish, introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'll introduce my staff joining me at the table here, Deputy Minister Loretta Robichaud and Michael Bryan from the Department of Finance, and joined, as you mentioned, by a number of staff as well. Thank you all for coming. So, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the work the Department of Agriculture does and how we work with the agriculture sector. Agriculture is a vital part of life in Nova Scotia. It employs thousands of people across the province. It literally puts food on tables. And it drives our economies, especially in our rural communities. A healthy economy is key to achieving our government's top priority. We are focused on healthcare, and a strong economy helps us pay for our plan to fix it. Budget 2023 helps move our province forward, investing in healthcare and in many of the things that are important to Nova Scotians. We will do whatever it takes and invest in whatever it takes to fix healthcare and deliver the care that Nova Scotia families need and deserve. We've been making progress, but like many important endeavors, it takes time. Our government's focus on health is broad and recognizes the important role other areas of investment have on our health and well-being. Agriculture is one of those areas. It contributes to a healthy people who in turn fuel a healthy economy and healthy communities. Today, I'm pleased to update you on our department's progress and programs designed to support those outcomes. Let's start simply. What does the Department of Agriculture do? The basic mission statement type answer is the department helps support and grow agriculture and agri-food throughout the province. How is that done? Through carefully planned programs, services, and policies that we develop to help farming and food processing in rural and urban communities. To help them be more competitive, sustainable, profitable, and resilient. By working with farmers, community groups, and partners, we help increase the province's food supply and improve food self-sufficiency. Our department is also in the promotion business. We use marketing methods to connect Nova Scotians with our farmers and producers and to promote buying local food and beverage. Then there's the economic growth and sustainability of the agriculture and agri-food sector itself. We support that growth and sustainability through the programs we offer. Our aim is to help food and beverage producers, processors, and commodity associations so they can prosper. On top of all that, we oversee the province's agriculture legislation. That includes supply management, and we provide production, business development and financing, and credit counseling for agriculture. Let's look at what all of this looks like. Last year, Nova Scotia saw a 12% increase in farm cash receipts. That's an impressive $79 million increase. It brought the total to $752 million. About half of that is from Nova Scotia supply managed industries, including dairy, poultry, and eggs. Other major contributors last year included cannabis at $60 million, fresh blueberries at $51 million, cattle at $31 million, floriculture and nursery products and sod at $30 million, fresh field vegetables at $36 million, fresh apples, $25 million. In 2022, 5,050 people earned a living by being directly employed in the primary production of agriculture in Nova Scotia. These are hard-working people. I've met many of them in the past 18 months, on their farms and at their production facilities. Agricultural business like Millen's Farms, Scotian Gold, Melvin Farms, Maple Mist Farms, Rendell's Farm in Ikings, Eden Valley, Brookridge Farms, Soller's Gardens, countless others, farms and businesses who are driving local food production and helping rural communities across the province. People working long hours all over our province drive the agriculture economy that we all benefit from. Many more Nova Scotians are employed in agriculture-related services in the feed, farm machinery, and food distribution industries. And the jobs in agricultural research and agri-tech are attracting a new generation of young innovators who are passionate about the future of agriculture. We all want to see growth in the agriculture sector and to see new markets develop. Agri-food products are the fourth largest export category in Nova Scotia. And with last year's increase in exports, we're seeing more high-quality Nova Scotia products on tables around the world. These exports totaled $492 million in 2022, up 23% from 2021. Our major markets are the U.S. at 55%, Germany at 8%, the Netherlands at 6%, and France at 5%. Wild blueberries are the top agricultural export for Nova Scotia, exceeding $167 million in sales last year. Sales of unique Nova Scotia balsam Christmas trees to the U.S. markets continues to be strong. And with the consumer demand for high-quality products like Honeycrisp apples, Nova Scotia is a small geographic area with tremendous reach. That's what makes us unique in world markets. In fact, we've made that uniqueness the focus of our new export brand for Nova Scotia. For the first time, producers have a brand that can distinguish Nova Scotia food and beverage products at international forums for agriculture and trade. The brand signals to the world Nova Scotia is a small place with big taste. Our farmers and producers need support to find new markets, adapt to climate change, adopt new innovations, and to be resilient in the face of challenges. That's why we work with our federal partners through cost-shared agreements to support policy and priorities for the sector. These agreements fund strategic development and business risk management programs. We've had great success with the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. This 5-year agreement brought $37 million to Nova Scotia to strengthen the agriculture, agri-food, and agri-based products sector. It increased the sector's competitiveness, prosperity, and sustainability. It's worked very well, and we're continuing the support through the next iteration of the agreement. Last July, we reached an agreement in principle for the newly named Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. It runs for another 5 years. The new agreement means $9.25 million annually for Nova Scotia producers. That's a 25% increase from the last agreement, and it boosts our business risk management programs as well. For Nova Scotia, it means increased investment through provincially delivered programs that focus on building sector capacity, science and innovation, climate change and environmental stewardship, resilience and public trust, and market development. We'll be rolling out programming in early April. The programs will include funding for a new Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program, RALP. This program will support farmers as they build on their commitment to environmental stewardship. They can do this by adopting farm practices that respond to climate change and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Few other sectors are as susceptible to the depth and breadth of risks faced by our farmers and producers. That's why we are proud to offer business risk management programs. These are the tools to help producers manage risk. They provide protection against income and production losses. They help farmers manage risks to remain productive through business ups and downs. These programs are voluntary and demand-driven and are national in scope. They offer support such as insurance, income stability, investment matching, and disaster relief. Crop insurance has been in place in the province for more than 54 years, And in that time, we have paid out $1.16 for $1.16 rather for every $1 in premiums collected from producers. We've insured more than $80 million in crops last year. And I am pleased to be expanding our commitment to this program in this budget with an increase of $433,000. The Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership includes an increase in the Agri-Stability Program. The compensation rate is being raised to 80% from 70% in the 2023 program year. This is great news for producers. In addition to these business risk management programs, we are ensuring farmers have more funding options in times of very challenging situations, such as extreme weather events. Nova Scotia's agriculture sector was hit by 2 such events in the last 6 months. In September, Hurricane Fiona did considerable damage to farms, so we arranged $19 million in provincial funding to support farmers. And to make it easier for farmers, our department set up the Fiona Agriculture Disaster Assistance Program. We made this a one-window process with one application to streamline the process for farmers. They asked us to make it simple, and we did. We assigned each farmer a caseworker who worked one-on-one with the farmer to ensure they maximized all the federal and provincial programs the farmer qualified for. $5 million went toward one-time $2,500 emergency grants for roughly 1,200 farms in the impacted zone, plus help with purchasing generators. We made $3 million available to help rebuild lost greenhouses. Another $3 million served as gap funding to support farmers who did not qualify for the Federal Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements programs due to their size or farm structure. And $8 million helped replace, repair, improve, or remove farm structures impacted by the storm, as well as items to support business continuity. All told, these programs have had nearly 500 applicants, and our one-time grants helped nearly 1,200 producers hit hard by the hurricane. Then in February, we had the extreme cold snap, known as a polar vortex. I've talked to farmers about the impact it had on their crops, and some are predicting a full loss of their fruit harvest this year. Our department and Perennials Extension staff have been working closely with industry to understand the full impact of this unusual cold weather event. We won't know for sure until spring, but early assessments suggest there may be very significant loss of grapes, raspberries, peaches, cherries, and plums this year. So again, we're providing funding to help growers recover. Just a few weeks ago, we announced $15 million to help cover some of the costs farmers and growers are facing over the next few years as the full scope of the damage is determined. We will continue to focus on that work and our connection with growers as they work their way back to recovery. These extreme weather events are only going to increase as the impacts of climate change progress. So it is a top priority of our department to help build resiliency for the challenges ahead. We've worked with the Department of Environment and Climate Change to develop and fund climate change adaptation plans. We are working to protect the agricultural dikeland system, including climate change as a lens for departmental work and supporting industry in adapting to ways that support climate change mitigation. We're supporting the farmers and producers to become more energy efficient, which saves them money and reduces agriculture's electricity and fossil fuels footprint. We fund an on-site energy manager for agriculture at Efficiency Nova Scotia. This person helps farmers and producers determine which upgrades to make and how to secure funding to help make them. This year, we are also engaging a second energy manager to help with agricultural not-for-profits in a similar way. Since September 2017, there were 293 projects completed, more than $1.7 million in electricity saved per year, and more than $1.3 million in incentives provided directly to farmers. And there was a reduction of more than 6,700 tons of carbon dioxide per year. Another threat we're facing is avian influenza, sometimes referred to as bird flu. It's a contagious virus that can affect several species of birds. As of March 14th, there were 302 sites with cases in Canada, 75 with existing infections, and 227 that are no longer in outbreak status. To the best of our knowledge, more than 7 million birds in Canada have been affected. In the U.S., there are about 800 sites with more than 58 million birds affected. To date, the impacts here at home in our province have been contained to 5 small flock outbreaks and 1 commercial outbreak. We remain vigilant because an outbreak of avian influenza can be very serious and challenging. That's why we're working with Canada Food Inspection Agency and producers to contain the spread and help them get through this. That includes strong biosecurity practices to protect their birds and the food products they produce. Another challenge is rising costs. We're all feeling it in our everyday lives, and the agriculture sector is no exception. Fuel prices have hit historic highs. Industry-specific costs for things like fertilizer continue to skyrocket, and this drives up food prices. Through the agreements I mentioned with our federal partners, plus other provincial programs, we are able to offer a lot of help. For example, we offer support programs, deferred loan payments, and reduced insurance costs, which help free up cash flow. We also continue to help farmers adopt innovations that reduce labor and farm input costs. I know the cost of food is on everyone's mind, and too many Nova Scotians are making tough choices as they struggle to pay all the bills and feed their families. The high cost of food is creating barriers to healthy eating, and that's counter to our priority of health care and healthy Nova Scotians. My department is supporting and encouraging local food consumption as a way of giving Nova Scotians more food choices, increasing access to food, and supporting our local farmers. My mandate is to ensure that by 2030, 20% of the money Nova Scotians spend on food will be spent on locally produced food. The department has run several successful buy local initiatives designed to raise the awareness and sales of our fresh and exceptional quality agri-food, seafood, and beverage products. At festivals and events throughout the past year, our local food products have been profiled and marketed. And we're working on getting more local healthy food into our public institutions like schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and other facilities. We have dedicated a staff person in the department to lead this work and facilitate relationships between producers and these types of institutions. We've also launched pilot programs in the institutional sector with nursing homes, schools, and judicial facilities. These pilot programs are showing us that when you collaborate on bringing local food options to the table, you can change buying habits and change the culture within our public institutions. Our initial pilot project was launched this past fall at Northwood, the continuing care home in Halifax. Purchasing of local food at Northwood increased to 21%. This work is evolving to support the Nova Scotia Loyal Initiative. We're also developing a food and beverage strategy to enhance awareness, improve access, and increase local production. There is a working group of 12 departments working on it. The group examined the policies and programs already in place, talked to key partners working on food initiatives, and came up with some proposed initiatives to kick things off. We received plenty of good feedback on those initiatives through a public consultation, and we look forward to sharing a summary soon. Apologies. In December, we announced an additional $9.9 million to help local farmers grow more food and get it into more of the province's largest kitchens. $900,000 of that is dedicated to new pilot projects for getting local food into institutions, like the one just mentioned at Northwood. $5 million of that is for the Season Extension Enhancement Program, a collaboration with Horticulture Nova Scotia. This program will help growers to extend their growing season, adapt to a changing climate, and open new market opportunities. $4 million has been dedicated to the Local Food Advancer Program and new programs for emerging food processors. It will help with investments in equipment and technology to increase production, expand operations, and create new value-add products. We have lots of products that are loved both domestically and in our export markets. One of them is wine. Both sales and our worldwide recognition are soaring. The numbers speak for themselves. In 2021, there were 25 licensed farm wineries in Nova Scotia, 19 grape wineries, and 6 non-grape wineries. Sales of Nova Scotia wine totaled more than $25 million, supporting more than 600 jobs. Nova Scotia wines have earned numerous local, national, and international awards. There's tremendous potential, so we want to keep that momentum going through strategic investments in export development. The polar vortex threw us a curve, but I'm confident this sector can recover and reach its full potential. Another Nova Scotia product that people can't get enough of, wild blueberries. I mentioned earlier that it's Nova Scotia's largest export crop, and we love them here at home too. We're increasing local demand through our buy local efforts, and export demand is growing in new export markets in Asia and the European Union as wild blueberries are recognized for their health properties. So we need to meet that demand with more supply. The Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board is helping meet that need. The Farm Loan Board helps producers get loans with flexible terms and competitive rates so they can get the equipment and land they need to grow more local food. I am excited to note that the Farm Loan Board approved its largest loan in its history this past December to bring a $25 million blueberry processing facility to Great Village. The Millens are second-generation farmers from Nova Scotia, and this investment will help them relocate their processing from out of province, return to their roots right here in Nova Scotia, creating more rural jobs for our province. And we're continuing to support the Wild Blueberry Business Enhancement Program, which was launched last November. It was designed by growers for growers. It is coordinated and financed by the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board. We couldn't have berries without bees. Simply couldn't do it. Last year, there were 886 registered beekeepers, keeping about 27,000 hives, and almost a third of those hives pollinated wild blueberry fields. The bee industry is responsible for millions in revenue from hive rentals, honey production, and value-added products, along with the value of the berry and fruit crops they pollinate. That's why we invested an additional $100,000 in the Blueberry Pollination Expansion Program to support blueberry growers who keep bees to pollinate their crops. Perennia's Atlantic Technology Transfer Team continues to support applied research to find practical solutions for beekeeping in our region. Their research and extension services give the industry the knowledge and skills to rear queens and expand their operations. And we stand committed to supporting this important program in the future. Research and innovation are constant in agriculture. They help our industry continuously adapt to the challenges it faces, and we support innovation in so many ways. For example, working in collaboration with Horticulture Nova Scotia and Perennia, we're piloting a long cane raspberry project. It's helping growers create a more sustainable and profitable way of farming. They can grow more berries with fewer costs, and now they can share that knowledge with others. Through our work with the Christmas Tree Council of Nova Scotia, we're supporting research into smart trees, the genetically screened and naturally selected seedlings that have superior traits such as improved needle retention, color, aroma, and shape. This is a $25 million sector that's seen outstanding export growth in the United States, with exports valued at $15 million. We're also promoting innovation with the maple producers of Nova Scotia. Our Technologies for Value-Added Agriculture program has helped commercial maple producers buy state-of-the-art equipment. It allows them to produce more syrup while consuming less industry. Going forward, programs like these will continue to drive our approach to innovation, help producers lower their cost of production, and create more local products for Nova Scotia and for export. On a variety of initiatives, our department is very fortunate to have an excellent partnership with the industry-led Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. The Federation is a strong voice, and we share in its vision for a prosperous and sustainable future for Nova Scotia farms and farmers. We are grateful to the Federation for all the support they've shown. We've worked together with the Federation on several activities, including promoting environmental farm plans, preparing for climate change, engaging farm safety, and looking after mental health for our farming community. Public trust has been a key focus for the department and the Federation. We continue to work closely with the Canadian Centre for Food Integrity to promote accurate information on agriculture issues to Nova Scotians. Ensuring the safety of our local products is paramount to public trust. As of January 1st this year, the responsibility for meat inspection and farm animal welfare has returned to the Department of Agriculture. So we're pleased to have these staff members back to continue the important work of making sure meat is safe to eat and farm animals are well cared for. A structure for the programs has been determined and vacant positions are in the process of being advertised and staffed. As well, there are 20 licensed abattoirs in the province, and we continue to provide support and consultation to these facilities to encourage their capacity and their growth. Many farm animals need pastures. The Department of Agriculture owns 8 community pastures through the Farm Loan Board. We're proud to have this land available for farmers and to keep large pieces of land in our province for agricultural use. The Farm Loan Board purchased 3 new pieces of agricultural land this past year, adding to the community pasture program for the first time in decades. The largest piece, 125 hectares, located in Cape John, Pictou County, will be large enough to allow new entrants into the pasture as well as welcome new members from their waiting list. I was honored to visit the pasture this year and dedicate their barn to longtime volunteer, the late Tony Corston. Over the past year, our staff have worked with the 7 active community pasture boards in Nova Scotia and awarded a request for proposals to revitalize the 8th pasture, which has been inactive since the 1990s. This pasture is in Guysborough County. We'll have beef for the upcoming season. Our goal is to keep pastures sustainable and accessible for agriculture use and as a resource for growing the rural economy now and for future generations. It is an important support for agriculture that we are committed to. With this in mind, we have invested $385,000 to create the Community Pasture Support Program, aimed at helping pasture organizations with their infrastructure and soil fertility needs. I noted at the beginning of my remarks that agriculture employs thousands of Nova Scotians, and we always need new recruits. So we have the on-farm bursary program to reward students who work on farms throughout the summer. We fund it jointly with our federal partners. These $500 or $1,000 bursaries help address the labor gap for primary agriculture producers in Nova Scotia, and they introduce agriculture as a viable career option for students. Dozens of grade 12 and post-secondary students have been awarded the bursary since the program started in 2019, with 180 farms participating. And to interest students even younger, our Agriculture in the Classroom program teaches public school students where their food comes from. It also shows them the importance of agriculture to our province and that it's a rewarding career choice. We send free learning resources to teachers across the province from pre-primary to grade 12. I've been out to schools to see the program in action, and it gives me faith that our agriculture industry will be in good hands in future generations. Plus, it's a lot of fun. At last year's Ministers' Conference for Agriculture back in November, we formally introduced the Nova Scotia Youth Council for Agriculture to more than 500 conference participants. This 14-member council has engaged with the department throughout the year to promote the importance of new mentorship programs for youth and programs that will support new entrants to the sector. Their insights are starting to inform our provincial and federal programs and the ways we provide support to young farmers. The department is also reaching out to young people by undertaking several initiatives to support diversity and inclusion in the agriculture sector. Activities include scholarships and summer internships for African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq students, a training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce horticulture food production, and specialized lending programs for underrepresented populations. Here are just a few details on some of these key programs. Honoring our Mi'kmaq roots and grow where you're planted. Our entrance scholarships and summer intern placements to promote agricultural careers. They are awarded to a Mi'kmaq student and an African Nova Scotian student, respectively, who are enrolled in an agriculture degree program at a Canadian university. Bridge into Agriculture is a partnership between the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, Dalhousie Agricultural Campus, African Nova Scotian Affairs, and our department. It offers a training program for African Nova Scotians to introduce them to horticulture food production. The Black Youth Plant Your Roots program provides Black youth in Nova Scotia with an opportunity to work in the public service. The Department of Public Works was the basis for the program, and our Department of Agriculture adapted it to fit in a rural community. We worked directly with the local high school, community leaders, and our sister departments in the Truro area, and we were pleased to have 15 participants. Our department had 4 positions in our Truro offices in 2022. Other government departments also welcomed 3 of these young workers. I am very pleased to say that we have 13 positions confirmed for this coming summer. I feel like I've only just touched the tip of the iceberg of all that we're doing in the department in the agriculture industry. I could talk all day and not cover everything. But I'll end by simply saying there are plenty of great things happening to support our farmers, to drive our economy, and to keep Nova Scotians healthy. And with that, I welcome questions from members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will turn to questions. As is our practice, each caucus has an hour to begin for 4 hours. We'll plan to probably stay here for 4 hours. If the independent member wishes to, then the 2 caucuses will share time with her. I also just wanted to remind the Minister that only 2 staff are allowed to provide direct consultation on any questions, and only the Minister may answer questions. I think that's it. I now recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. Thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks, and welcome to all the staff. I'd like to, first of all, thank everyone for their work, all 185 staff at the department. I know that there are many hard-working civil servants working on behalf of Nova Scotians and working hard, so I excuse me, do want to recognize that. I'd like to begin with just a couple quickies with respect to accountability. Minister, do you and your department rigorously follow the public sector accounting standards?
Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Yes, we follow all those accounting standards.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Great, thank you. And does the Minister and his staff discuss any questions they might have in complying with the public sector accounting standards with the Auditor General?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, and yes, we discuss with government accounting and, if needed, the Office of the Auditor General.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Great, thank you. That's those are my easy ones. I'd like to move on now to some of the critical issues that I'm hearing about. I'd like to begin first with bees. There's a movement in Canada, particularly by the Western provinces, to open up our borders to the U.S. and there are concerns here in Nova Scotia with respect to our border. We have, to my understanding, some of the healthiest bee populations in the country, and I'm wondering if the Minister will commit to keeping our border closed to the transport and import of bees.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, and thank you for the member for the question. Yeah, it's a concern I hear as well from beekeepers I speak to. So yes, the protocol on imports is in place, and when it comes to international import, that will be through the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, also for inspection. But yeah, we have one of the strictest bee protocols in place: 100% inspection of imported bees and equipment.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
So just to be very clear, crystal clear here, you will continue to keep the border closed.
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member, to be crystal clear, yes.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move now on to local food. It's a critical element in your mandate letter. In fact, these were questions I had a year ago, but unfortunately I came down with COVID and had to ask a colleague to fill in. But the question still remains a year later, and that is the question of how we're measuring local food. My understanding this is a particular challenge that has evaded us in government for quite some time, and with a target to increase local food to a specific number, how are we going to measure local food? I notice in your business plan that you are still looking for a method to measure Nova Scotia local food. So I'm wondering if you can give us some insight into whether you have cracked that difficult problem or with respect to how we are going to measure and account for local food.
I recognize the honourable member or honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member for the important question. The Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute was hired in September to implement an economic data analysis project and create a modeling tool surrounding local food purchases. The project has included a scan of all existing data on local food consumption and a survey of Nova Scotia producers, retail outlets, and more than 500 Nova Scotia consumers. The Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute's preliminary findings are now being prepared in a draft report that will highlight the baseline local spend on local agriculture, seafood, and beverage products. Project activities will continue throughout 2023 to test that baseline model that has been created and to continue measuring the level of local food consumption.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Excuse me, thank you. Geez, I'm going to go through some water here. Excuse me. So what I understand, one of the challenges with respect to measuring of local food is that the large retailers are disinterested in contributing to sharing their data. And if the two large major grocery store retailers are not interested in sharing data, how confident are you that we can actually measure the amount of local food consumption?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A peer-reviewed method, a science-based, is developed, the first of its kind. I would say in meeting with our major retailers that we have a willing partner on a number of initiatives in a number of areas, and so yes, I am confident that we'll be able to determine that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't know quite yet how we're measuring this. So if we don't know how we're measuring this, we don't know presently how much local food is consumed. So we don't know at this point, Minister, whether you're trying to move the needle from 19% to 20% or from 4% to 20%. Do you have any indication of the challenge that we have before us to reach your mandated target?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would say that we know exactly how we're measuring. The consultant developed the method, and we will be able to use it year after year. In terms of the lift or where we need to be, the 20% by 2030, I view that as a floor rather than a ceiling. So if it is 17–18% and we get to 22% in 2025, then let's keep going higher.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, and I agree with the Minister if we can go higher from a number that has been put out there in your mandate letter, but I'm a little confused with your comment that you say that we know exactly where we are with local food consumption. Can you share that number with us? Perhaps I missed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Yeah, to clarify, I believe I said we know exactly how we're measuring. Like we know the model, yeah. And as soon as we have that number, we'll be sharing it.
I
recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Terrific, Minister. Thank you. And then you'll know the challenge you've got before you. So related to this issue of measuring local consumption, I'm wondering with respect to our beverage industry, we know that, in actual fact, it's more than just beverage, it is food, in terms of input costs and how you actually define local. So we know in Nova Scotia our wine industry has certain standards that we are very clear and in essence through our pricing system regulate 85% Nova Scotia grapes in our wines. Can the Minister explain how we are going to evaluate all of the different products that will have different inputs from different parts of Canada?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could just clarify, is the member referring specifically to wine?
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I'm using wine as an example of one that we do have the methodology, the regulations, the working with a small industry. So the question, if I was wanting to start a business up and sell Nova Scotia beer, but I bring the beer in from Ontario and I brand it as Nova Scotian, how will there be accountability and I could do that with potatoes. I can bag them and say, packed in Nova Scotia. Where is the accountability going to be, or the tools necessary to ensure that there is transparency with respect to the inputs to a Nova Scotia beverage or a Nova Scotia product?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have developed the definition of local. For example, the member referenced wine as an example, so that would be tested. The A Lab at Acadia, for example, just had a tour there recently. But there are between 12 and 1,500 different products that are defined. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
So, excuse me. So we have the definitions of 12 or 1,500 products and the rules and regulations around them to ensure that they are local products. Is that you're saying that you now have the tools to regulate those products with respect to its local content?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
So yes, we have the definition, but we haven't moved to regulations on all of them at this point.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Okay, so when you move to regulation, presumably at this point there is no accountability to that or tools that government can use if someone is misrepresenting their local content. Currently it is not regulated, but your intentions are to have the enforcement ability on 12 to 1,500 products to actually monitor and enforce the local content.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of those 1,500 definitions, they'll be narrowed down into 15 broad categories. And once Nova Scotia Loyal is implemented, that's how we'll police or enforce.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. Do you have, Minister, any sense of the FTEs and the manpower that will be required to enforce 1,500 local product SKUs on shelves constantly rotating. Do you have any sense of what it will take to enforce regulations that you intend to bring in?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have not identified all of our strategic partners yet, but many are collaborating with us now who helped in the development of the definitions.
I recognize the Honorable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, do you know when you expect to have regulations created that would regulate local in the province of Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are working with the Department of Economic Development in partnership with Nova Scotia Loyal, and they are the lead. So I would leave it to them to comment on the timing of the program, but we are using Nova Scotia Loyal as a marketing tool, not as a regulatory tool, I guess I would say.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you. Well, okay, we will leave that for the other minister responsible for Nova Scotia Loyal. So please clarify for me, with respect to Nova Scotia Loyal, what is the role of the Department of Agriculture? We are creating Nova Scotia Loyal as a marketing tool, but in no way are we going to hold people accountable who say that they are producing a Nova Scotia product when they aren't using Nova Scotia products in their product on the shelf, their inputs.
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the question of the Department of Agriculture's role with Nova Scotia Loyal, we will support economic development on Nova Scotia Loyal. Agriculture's use is extensively we'll use it extensively in our marketing initiatives. The standards that we're talking about will be set for Nova Scotia Loyal usage by economic development, and that will determine the program rollout.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think it is important that we find ways to define local. I appreciate where the government's trying to go on this. I'm having quite a bit of difficulty figuring out how this is going to be measured and enforced and be real numbers. So, when we have business people investing millions of dollars to create Nova Scotian products, Am I correct that right now it's a bit of the Wild West, that if, in my example, I opened up a Nova Scotia beer company and brought in the beer from Ontario and put a schooner on it, am I correct, Minister, that there is nothing government can do in terms of the accountability and the protection to the public of thinking that they are buying my Nova Scotia beer?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for content now, there is a lot of self-policing via associations, and some supply managed do their own monitoring. So I guess I would use an example as a farmer's market. You know, be a lot of self-policing in a situation like that. But again, I would come back to the fact that Nova Scotia Loyal is intended to be used as a marketing tool. So when it comes to questions about how regulations are developed or how that's monitored, I would again defer that to economic development, as they're the lead for Nova Scotia Loyal. But one other thing I would say is that in our federal provincial programs, we do have some that require proof of local content for eligibility.
I recognize the honorable member for King South.
Thank you. So if the honourable member from Chebucto was concerned about my Blue Nose beer, because he has his own brewery, and it's, you know,
Drink.
doesn't mean you can't sell it. And he's concerned his investment is being competing against my Blue Nose beer that I got from Quebec. Is there anything that my honourable member from Chebucto can do and say to government to have me relabel my product?
I recognize the honorable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for that particular example, for the member for Halifax Chebucto, I would defer him to the Minister of Finance, as he's responsible for the Liquor Control Act.
I recognize the honorable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, can you share with us how much money the Department of Agriculture has spent in this past year on this issue of defining local, and how much is in the budget for next year that you'll be spending on these activities?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the definitions were completed in partnership with Economic Development. They have a staff person hired for Nova Scotia Loyal, so I would defer that question again to Economic Development, but there is a joint working committee represented by both departments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. So you mentioned that there was a contract with an outside consultant, and you're basically in your answer saying that there is no staff time, external consultants, money being used by your department for Nova Scotia Loyal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the definitions were designed in-house. The baseline data was contracted out. It was a $90,000 contract, and the company will repeat the study, and we do have them on retainer, so they'll repeat the study and then turn it over to staff to monitor going forward. That's the Canadian Agri-Food Foresight Institute. As well, we do have $450,000 with Perennia to help develop buy local initiatives, and $125,000 invested in institutional procurement pilots. That includes one full-time FTE.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Okay, I could try and figure out last year versus this year, but anyway, that gives us, excuse me, at least a sense of what is being spent. I'd like to move on to the polar vortex support, and clearly thank you to you and your staff for stepping up to support our fruit growers and grape growers. Minister, how was the $15 million arrived at?
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just to talk about that event a little bit and the impacts that the member referenced, just devastating for sure, and it means that some farmers will likely lose their entire fruit harvest this year. Minus 25 degrees in the morning of February 4th, even colder wind chills, and some assessments are indicating severe impacts of up to 100% loss for the 2023 crop seasons. I mentioned them in my opening remarks: grapes, raspberries, peaches, cherries, and plums. And yes, we did come to the table with $15 million to help cover some of the costs that they'll be facing over the next few years. It's not just this year that they'll be impacted. So they also have access to several federal provincial programs, including agri-stability and agri-insurance. And agri-recovery as well might also be an option once we understand the full impacts of the event. But that might be sometime this summer at the earliest. But I guess directly to the question of how that $15 million was arrived at, there was a lot of work with different partners, grape growers of Nova Scotia, our federal partners with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, in Kentville, the Kentville Research Station. Perennia experts were involved, viticulturalists with Perennia, and we also looked at all farms in the entire impacted zone, not just grapes. And it was also calculated based on farm production and cross-referenced with our business risk management data.
I recognize the honourable member for King South with a reminder that the timing's up at 7:17, so you have a little over 10 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to clarify this. You've indicated that crop insurance, agri-recovery will dovetail with this program, but we don't know how much. And you've also indicated, and I've heard this from producers, that we don't know the full extent of the damage until the buds come out. And, you know, we're talking about June or July before we know the extent of the damage and where taxpayers' monies will be needed to support the affected farms. So my question remains, how did 15 million get determined with so many unknowns?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I would narrow it down to three main components. We layered on what we knew was already coming from business risk management programs. We also knew our insurance values and our agri-stability enrollment. We are aware of those numbers. And we also knew agri-recovery coverage following Fiona. We knew what would be eligible. So yeah, it is an estimate, but it's the best one that we came up with based on the data sets we have, and we acted quickly to support our growers.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There remains one critical element with respect to, and I appreciate it. You acted quickly to make an announcement to put at ease, many of the farmers that are affected. But there remains a very clear unknown, and that is the extent of the damage. So how do you explain whether the number should have been 12 or 20?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, again, with the three main aspects I just laid out, we are very confident that $15 million will address any of those gaps that remain after those three factors.
I recognize the honourable member for King South with a reminder that he has 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
Minister, the emerging wine region policy ends soon. Where in this budget can I find the value of a replacement program?
They are allowed to switch out. There's just only allowed 2 at a time. Don't mind us. Just to restate, I asked the clerk, and employees are allowed to switch out. You're just only allowed to have information from 2 at a time and have 2 beside you at all times. Order. I note that the time remaining for the Liberal caucus is done, and it is now time for the NDP. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, actually, I have a point of order or a clarification. So, I'm not sure that. So the intent is that you have 2 primary staff, and I know in another case there are people moving up and back from the table providing advice. I'm not really sure the intent of that is that you can keep switching back and forth. So, I mean, I'd be happy to let the assistant clerk check in on the specifics of that, but I think that sort of defeats the purpose if you can jump back and forth in chairs, because it was the pulling up of chairs that was the issue in the other circumstance.
I will take that under advisement, and we will confirm the rule for you.
Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So maybe what I'll do is continue on from my colleague's questioning around emergency response, and certainly, I've heard really positive things in terms of the response to Hurricane Fiona and the rapid and respectful response. And I know folks were relieved to hear about funding around the effect of the extreme weather in February. But I'm wondering, I think as we're in a changing climate. We're being affected by climate change. We can see the effects of this. One of the things I've heard a lot from stakeholders is concern that the emergency management office that used to be part of Department of Agriculture no longer exists. So they feel that that there isn't a sort of a home for emergency response within the department. And I'm just wondering if there's been a reconsideration of that, given what we saw in the last couple of years and what we can expect to come in the future.
While they're working on the question, I can confirm that the information I gave you was correct. Support staff of ministers, 62 FB, a minister appearing before the committee of the whole on supply or demand, or the subcommittee on supply during the consideration by the committee or subcommittee, as the case may be of the minister's estimates, may have one or two support staff seated with the minister, but all questions shall be directed to and answered by the minister. So it says nothing in here about switching out staff. It's only that he's allowed to have two at one time. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So just while you're deliberating, I mean, I think that doesn't match with what was brought up by the clerk previously in the meetings of the subcommittee this year, so that that sort of moving back and forth wasn't allowed. So I know this, I understand the rule book doesn't speak to it, but I think overall there should be a clarification, just so we know what we're.
It was confirmed by both clerks.
Okay.
So what's not allowed is for a minister's staff to turn around and speak to any of the staff behind them. They are allowed to switch out, but the minister is allowed to have one or two staff members beside him at all times.
Okay.
And for clarification, he needs to answer the questions. So I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the member. To our knowledge, this has never sat with agriculture. We do certainly have an agency rep that is directly connected to EMO. They link with industry to get live situational data to EMO staff. And if I think about Hurricane Fiona, Kevin Beckers is here in the room, and the great work he did as our representative at the EMO bunker, assessing, the serious situations with dairy, Nova Scotia Power, making, barns a priority when we talk about milk or poultry, and listing of repairs. So there is, we're very connected on emergency management with our department, with EMO.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So the funding for Hurricane Fiona and for this initial response to the extreme cold event came as additional appropriations. So they form part of the 1.6 billion in additional appropriations from this fiscal year that's just drawing to a close. Did the department receive any other funding in additional appropriations? And looking forward in the coming year, I'm sorry if this was answered, but how much is there money earmarked for further investment in the extreme cold event? And is there any reserve earmarked for any potential emergency response to avian flu?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we were able to invest extra money this year to help farmers recover from extreme weather events and pursue our goals for local food. We provided $34 million to help the sector recover from Hurricane Fiona in September and the polar vortex in February. We also invested $9.9 million in programming to help increase local food production and purchases at schools, hospitals, correctional facilities, and post-secondary institutions. With respect to Hurricane Fiona specifically, the department was allocated $19 million, $5 million for a one-time emergency grant of $2,500 for approximately 1,200 farms in the impacted zone, plus assistance for impacted farms to purchase generators. There's also $3 million to assist the industry in rebuilding lost greenhouses. There was $3 million in gap funding to support farmers who did not qualify for the Federal Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements, DFAA, program due to their size or farm structure. And there was also $8 million to assist producers replace, repair, improve, or remove farm structures impacted by Hurricane Fiona, as well as items to support business continuity. With respect to the polar vortex, when those extreme low temperatures hit on February 4th, throughout the province, affecting the horticulture fruit crop, including the Nova Scotia's grape-producing regions. To assist grape and soft fruit growers, the department was allocated $15 million to address business continuity, replanting, and climate change mitigation needs. The department was also allocated $9.9 million to assist with increasing local food production. As I referenced earlier, $5 million to address season extension and climate change, $4 million for advancement of value-added food processing, including $2 million for a large-scale local food advancer and abattoir emergency efficiency program, and $2 million to assist smaller-scale emerging producers, and $900,000 to increase local food in our institutions in the province. And I'll just add that AI would be covered through a federal program, and they would compensate us for that. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And you had walked through the 9.9 million previously, so in fact it was something I wanted to ask about, both in terms of the local food question and also institutional procurement. So just to confirm, you know, because what I wanted to ask about the 2030 20% local food goal was kind of where we're at, what's our ramp-up plan, and so just to confirm, we don't know what our baseline is, we don't know where we're at, we don't know what the consumption is, and when, I know you said you'd announce it soon, when do we actually think we'll have a baseline number that isn't really a baseline number because your commitment was in 2021, but when will we get that number?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the peer review for that report is just wrapping up, and the baseline will be released in the coming weeks.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Is there an intent to map a goal line, like with interim goals to the 20% by 2030?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once we have the data, the baseline data, we will evaluate the goal going forward to 2030.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
The program with Northwood has been held up as an example of institutional procurement of local foods. How much was allocated last year for that program? How much is allocated in the coming year? And how, it was a pilot, so how was it evaluated?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we talk about the 20% goal of all money spent on food in this province to be for local food by 2030, and one of the key ways is institutional procurement. So that's one of the important ways that we can help reach that goal, getting healthy local food into our institutions, and we're working with all of government really on that, whether it's health, communities, culture, tourism, heritage, advanced ed, justice, education, all those things. So getting more local food into these types of institutions, it's good for our farmers, healthier for people, and better for our environment. So to the Northwood pilot that was launched in December, this was the first pilot that was initiated, Northwood being the largest long-term care home in Atlantic Canada. It resulted in Northwood producing more than 21% of their food from local sources. That contract with Northwood was for $25,000, and we are evaluating via reports. The measurement framework is in the agreement.
I would actually go through this.
Okay. Yep. So the objectives of the project are to measure and determine the baseline for food purchases from all sources and identify a percentage of current Nova Scotia local spend. Identify a basket of goods within Northwood's Halifax campus menu purchasing that are not currently Nova Scotia products. Displace imported items with local Nova Scotia products available to Northwood. The province will assist in financial offset of purchasing these items and administrative costs associated with participating in the program. So this measurement framework in the agreement, it's typical for all our institutional procurement agreements, pilots. The reporting and tracking comes from our procurement manager in the department. And the other thing about the pilots is they help us identify any barriers that we have getting local food in, and will help resolve it.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So thank you for that. So from that 9.9 million, you talked about there being 900,000 available for pilots in institutions. So can you confirm how many pilots exist right now, and how many total are planned for the 2023-2024 fiscal year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are 9 pilots underway right now, 2 in correctional institutions, 5 in schools, 1 in the long-term care facility that we mentioned, and the 1 food hub. For 23-24, we have 2 more for food hubs and 2 for school zones, so RCEs that would encompass a lot of schools.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So the 900,000 allocated then would be divided between the 9 current projects, the 2 food hubs, and the RCs, or are the other pilots wrapped up?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the money for these pilots wouldn't necessarily be divided evenly. It'd be divided by the institution type and their identified need. As of now, we don't have any wrapped up at this point, but Northwood will be the first.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Siddle, Sable Island.
I'm wondering if you can tell me about the pilots in schools. So you have 5 in schools, and you're changing the approach this coming year for the 2 regional education centers. Can you tell me a bit about what the school pilots were, why the change in approach, and how they were evaluated, I guess, the first 5 projects?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So two things we're doing are salad bars and fresh fruit baskets. None have been evaluated yet. Education is measuring the usage and orders. But the goal here, 3 goals, I guess, would be awareness, new products for students to try, new Nova Scotia products that they may not have tried before, and nourishment as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Siddle, Sable Island.
So how much of the 900,000 will be spent on the food programs and food pilots in schools?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are for student lunches, and one of the barriers is the actual infrastructure for the salad bars. So there's $300,000 toward that, and $100,000 for fresh fruit. And if the member would like a more detailed breakdown, we can get that for sure.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So, yes, I think that would be great to have that tabled. And maybe I'll ask a follow-up question, and then continue on. So I do want to ask about the school lunch program and what the Department of Agriculture's involvement has been in discussions around the school lunch program. And part of that, I'm curious about this. So the pilots aren't done yet, but there seems to be a commitment to this idea of salad bars. And so I guess I'm wondering how and why we got to salad bars as the pilots, and is that the contribution the Department of Agriculture will make as part of the school food program? But what's the, sort of why have we locked into salad bars as opposed to providing different types of infrastructure?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So questions on the school food program, I would defer to my colleague, the Minister of Education. But if I could speak to the salad bars specifically, that was the department working on an initiative with schools on institutional procurement to increase healthy food, and salad bars are one way to do that. Healthy local food salad bar. And Education just partnered with us to deliver that, and their contribution was $100,000.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So has the Department of Agriculture been involved in any discussions about a school food program? I understand the lead is the Minister of Education, but how is the department involved?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I mentioned that education is a lead on this, but we work with many departments across government to increase local food consumption, education being one. I mentioned some earlier: health, long-term care, seniors long-term care, justice, education, advanced education. So in terms of this, we have a cross-department team, a departmental team, and they met on school food yesterday. But again, education is a lead there. And I did write my federal counterpart, Minister Bibeau, with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada to support educational pilots for Nova Scotia and to coordinate all food-related initiatives across the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I'm hoping to ask some questions that go a bit faster, do you, Minister, support extending MSI coverage to temporary foreign workers in either of the agricultural streams? So that's a yes or no question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That question would be for health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I guess I'm curious, I would invite the Minister to share any thoughts that he has about the program and what he's heard in the sector. Is it a priority for producers, for instance, to have MSI coverage for their temporary foreign workers?
Recognize I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture as a lobby group is working with the federal government and health. Certainly recognize the importance of temporary foreign workers, something I hear often, all the time. But we have passed on that NSFA request to the Department of Health.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Also thinking about consultation with other government departments and collaboration. Does the department have discussions with the Office of Addictions and Mental Health around, on one hand, growing industries and producers in terms of cannabis and wine, for example, and any implications for addictions and mental health in the province? So the question, just to clarify, is are there discussions between the two departments?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just recently facilitated a meeting between my department and the Minister for Addictions and Mental Health last few weeks, and Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. We covered many subjects during this meeting: mental health, farm safety, potential future pilots and initiatives. And as a result of that meeting, staff are working on a potential initiative. As well, we take mental health and in agriculture very seriously. So there's a support line in agriculture, and we have trained extension workers that are trained in mental health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
One of the things that I've heard, I'm sure you have heard too, from industry groups and producers, is concern about access to vet services in Nova Scotia. And I'm wondering if the department is working on that, and is there a budgetary allocation to that work on enhancing veterinary services in Nova Scotia?
With approximately 9 minutes remaining for the NDP, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is an issue that I hear a lot about from farmers, and it's very top of mind for myself and my Atlantic colleagues. We just talked about mental health. That's a big one when we meet. So is this one. We recognize that it is an issue facing industry. It's it's not just everyone needs doctors, but we need, all the provinces need vets as well. So recognizing this need, we are running a student program valued at $60,000. AVC also has student initiatives and strategies in place. And as I mentioned, the Atlantic Ministers meeting, we did meet with AVC, or at AVC with them in September. And as a result of that, we delegated to our deputies to form a working group and to continue to look at this issue. The Herd Health has $1 million program as well to get vets to farms. As well, the department is a part of an industry-led working group on this important issue.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Another issue that was I think a resolution from this year at the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture General Meeting was around access to EI for farmers. So recognizing that that's a federal issue, does the department support the expansion of EI for farmers?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture is raising this at the federal level, but yes, we recognize the importance of this issue.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So you talked about investments in support for bee farmers, and you mentioned a $100,000 investment. Is that ongoing? And also, are there any increases in this coming year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that funding is ongoing, and there will be new programming under SCAP that bee producers would be able to apply for. Recognizing the importance in this, the department has a bee specialist, as well the Atlantic Tech transfer team, and their continued work is very valuable.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
You talked about investments through the community pasture program, and I'm wondering what other work the department is doing in terms of preservation of agricultural land, what other levers you see as possibilities to be used. I'm wondering, about the use of land trusts. Is that another lever that you're looking at in the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So community pastures play a critical role in the development and growth of our beef sector. The Community Pastures Action Committee.
Order. That concludes time for the NDP. I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Round two, Minister, maybe we'll pick up where we left off. I was asking if, with the ending of the emerging wine regions policy, where I could find in the budgets money set aside for a replacement program.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is obviously a very complex file when you're dealing with the World Trade Organization. So we are working with our colleagues in intergovernmental affairs and finance. We've conducted extensive industry engagement, and we do expect to have a program soon, but it is the funding for this is not in the budget as of yet.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So no money's in the budget. Have you consulted with industry on this replacement program? How many meetings have you personally had with the industry to work through this issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have done 2 extensive rounds of consultation, plus deputy ministers with the 3 departments that I mentioned earlier, intergovernmental affairs, finance, and agriculture. I met with producers in Wolfville on this subject. All of the information from those meetings and consultation sessions will help shape replacement programs going forward. And I know for me personally, it's it's obviously top of mind for producers, and it's something I hear when I go visit wineries or fields. As recently as our announcement on the funding for the polar vortex just last month is it comes up there. So it's obviously very top of mind, and we're always listening.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. So you met personally on what date with the industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Deputy Minister's meeting was in the summer. I spoke to producers during the polar vortex announcement on March 9th. And in terms of other discussions, as I mentioned, they would have happened while I was doing farm tours, and I don't have all of those dates readily available.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I want to now move to your 2022-2023 business plan, and you've highlighted a few of the areas that you have made progress on, but I just want to have some inquiries about a few elements here. Last year, your department was to implement the Nova Scotia wine strategy. I'm assuming that's the quality wine strategy that's referred to this year again. Am I to understand that very little progress, if any, on that file occurred during 22-23?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So industry have actually asked us to wait on the Quality Wine Standards Program and to put our full attention on the replacement for the Emerging Wines Replacement Program and Polar Vortex. So at their request, those two items have been our focus.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Minister. When did they make that request?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So those requests would have been made over several months. Multiple letters came in to me and to the department. There would have been multiple times in the fall and again as recently as the polar vortex event last month, announcement last month.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the mandated actions of 22-23, it appears to be a commitment to develop a food and beverage strategy. I see that was to be developed last year, and your business plan indicates that it is being implemented this year. When will this strategy be released? I'm not sure that I've seen it.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in February of last year, Agriculture established an interdepartmental working group to develop a provincial food and beverage strategy. I keep referencing all the different departments that we're working with on a number of items, but with the food and beverage strategy specifically, we're involved with advanced education, community services, communities, culture, tourism, and heritage, economic development, education and early childhood development, the Executive Council Office, fisheries and aquaculture, health and wellness, intergovernmental affairs, labor, skills and immigration, municipal affairs and housing, and seniors and long-term care. Some of the objectives of the strategy are facilitating healthy food choices for all Nova Scotians, promoting the production and usage of Nova Scotia food and beverages, supporting economic growth in our rural communities, and providing new inclusive opportunities and key linkages for success. So the strategy will promote enhanced awareness, increase primary production and processing capacity, and improved access to support food security in the province. There were jurisdictional reviews to understand what's being done in other provinces like New Brunswick, Ontario, BC. The team identified and reviewed the existing food-related initiatives in government, more than 90 in all, spoke to key partners to understand what was working well and what was missing. From this, they developed 7 possible focus areas for public consultation. So these 7 were food access infrastructure, food security initiatives, collaborative food networks, capacity building for underrepresented groups, marketing of local products, targeted production support, and food processing expansion. Public consultation for this was amazing response. More than 1,900 people provided feedback. Roughly 85% of those were individuals, not companies or not-for-profit agencies, individuals interested in telling us their thoughts. The response also closely matched the population of Nova Scotia with identified responses from rural communities, Indigenous persons, people with disabilities, African Nova Scotians, seniors, and recent newcomers. A What We Heard report has been put together, and we are just getting it translated, and we will be releasing it publicly, hopefully next week.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Minister. Just moving to the dikes, and it's a bit unclear. Last year's business plan said you would be doing the 3rd year of a 9-year project, and this year's business plan says the 5th year, so it's likely a bit of a typo, but anyway. I'm just wondering what was completed. The intent last year was the design of 10 sites and construction on 4. Was that work completed?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the member mentioned 4 projects. So the project will address vulnerabilities in 4 regions along the Bay of Fundy. Annapolis River, dikes in this region protect significant historical marshes linking back to the first settlement of Nova Scotia. Southern Bight, dikes in this region protect more than 6,000 acres of Annapolis Valley agricultural land. Cobequid Bay, dikes here protect some of the richest farmland along the Shubenacadie River and the shores of Cobequid Bay. And Cumberland Basin includes isolated marshes along the basin and the New Brunswick border. Work in this area is separate from the Chignecto Isthmus. The project is well underway with additional construction on Round Marsh, Allen River Marsh, and Iskanish Abateau scheduled for this year, 2023. All work is anticipated to be completed by the end of fiscal 2028-29.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable. Oh, sorry. I recognize the honourable minister or honourable member for King South. Sorry, I left on you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As well, last year, the department committed to finalize business plans for the community pasture cooperatives. Is this completed?
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back. Yes, and 7 of the pastures have plans.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Great. Thank you, Minister, and thank your staff for getting that complete. The one that sort of stands out and in the work plan that I don't see continued in this year, I don't think it was completed based on what happened, but to support the livestock industry to develop an emergency and business interruption response plan. And that clearly would have, I presume, be something that would have been helpful with Fiona. Was that something we just weren't able to complete before that storm? And given our experience in Fiona, I'm just wondering if it is still a priority of yours, Minister, as we don't see it in the upcoming business plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I just ask for clarification since that's not in our current business plan?
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I'm quoting from the 2022-23 business plan under business continuity and emergency preparedness as an area of focus for last year. And the bullet says, support the livestock industry to develop emergency and business interruption response plans that ensure the ability to respond to an emergency event, including business continuity in a market interruption event.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is funding available through our new 5-year agreement with the federal government, the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, for emergency planning. Industry will lead these plans, the development of these plans, and we'll provide the funding through that. We're also working with the feds on a number of issues, including African swine fever, and completing joint plans for industry. We did a national tabletop exercise as well.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I just reiterate, I think Fiona has taught us the importance of us getting these plans in place, and the effects on livestock, et cetera, dairy, feed for chickens, et cetera, is a major concern. So I think in the same way that we need to act quickly on the reinforcement of our dike system, Fiona has taught us the need for emergency preparedness. So industry will take the lead. I hope that the minister will do everything in his power to make sure that moves along for everyone. Next question, Minister. Do you have any interest in creating a lab here in Nova Scotia to deal with testing for avian flu?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So an outbreak of avian influenza can be very serious and challenging. That's why we work with CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and producers to contain the spread and help them get through this. Includes strong biosecurity practices to protect their birds and food products they produce. The important thing here is that it is up to CFIA, to the federal government, to identify where these labs can be. But we are supportive of available services to industry, and New Brunswick Provincial Veterinary Lab has a testing facility that allows them to perform preliminary testing on AI suspect specimens. Confirmatory testing is performed at the National Centre for Foreign Animal Disease Laboratory in Winnipeg, but this is another area where Atlantic cooperation comes into play, and we're very supportive. New Brunswick and ourselves work very closely together. Again, I would say that at the end of the day, it comes down to CFIA to direct where specimens may be submitted for testing, and they would determine testing priorities as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I'm puzzled by that response, but I'll move along. You're taking over meat inspections. Is the minister aware of the challenges that abattoirs are having with respect to those meat inspections and delays in meat inspectors that do not want to work on the weekend, do not want to drive in a little bit of weather, causing significant disruption to producers. Can the minister comment on whether having this lodged with the Department of Agriculture, whether the minister feels that he can make any improvement on these complaints from industry?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the responsibility for meat inspection and farm animal welfare is a natural fit with our department. It's something that I've heard plenty about, that this is where they should be before they move back on January 1st. We're pleased to have these staff back in our department to continue the important work of making sure meat is safe to eat and farm animals are well cared for. We've been working very effectively with abattoir owners and the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. As I mentioned, this is something industry has asked for, and all progress, everything to date has been very positive. All client feedback has been positive. I mean, I'm sure if there's going to be issues, we're a few months into it, and we'll work to address them, and we will continue this important work.
I recognize the honorable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister, and appreciate the response. I know that it's new in the department, but I just wanted to ensure that you knew that this has been an issue that I've heard about, and now that it is in your house, I want to make sure that you know about it and can take action if problems continue, or take the credit when things improve. Just sticking with abattoirs, if I'm not mistaken, you brought in a program. I hear a lot about access to abattoirs, that we just don't have enough to meet the needs of our producers. And I believe you brought in a program in an attempt to expand capacity. Was it a $2 million program? I'm not certain, but I'm just going on memory here. Can you tell me if that, first of all, am I correct, there was a program? And secondly, what the response was and whether we have been able to utilize funds from the government to expand access to abattoirs?
I recognize the honorable minister for agriculture.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to take a 2-minute break?
Yes, it would. I will now call a 2-minute recess. Order. I think, yeah, I think they can. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so we did have a $500,000 program that received 30 applications, and as well, the Atlantic deputies are also leading a self-sufficiency working group and evaluating processing capacity.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. So of the $500,000, how much money went out, and can you clarify how much expansion has taken place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So of that $500,000, 300,000 has already went out, and more is expected, and expansion would be varied by the project initiative.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
So are you, you're carrying forward with the program into the new fiscal year? Are you topping up that program to $500,000 for this new fiscal year?
Keith, your time now ends at 9:21. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will have all projects approved this fiscal year. We are still working through 6 applications. There are no current plans for the next fiscal, but there are options through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. So staff are busy the next couple of days to get 6 more contribution agreements out. So yeah, let's go to SCAP. How much money in, and does it appear in this budget, is the SCAP funds for this upcoming fiscal year, and how much of that money is federal and how much of that is provincial?
I recognize the honourable member for Agriculture. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So it referenced this before, but in July we reached an agreement in principle with our federal, provincial, and territorial counterparts for the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. So this means $9.25 million in funding for Nova Scotia producers. That's a 25% increase from the last agreement, and increases within our business risk management programs as well. So the breakdown through the 5-year agreement is a total of $46 million, 250,000. So the breakdown is from the feds 27 million, almost 28 million, for the province 18.5 million through the 5 years. Annually, as I mentioned, that works out to 9.25 million. And so of that annual contribution, the feds are roughly 5.5 million, and we are 3.7 million. And I guess what you would see in the budget itself is a total of 8.5 million. The feds would contribute 4.8, and we would be 3.7 of that. That's, yes. So the federal government keeps $721,000 to spend on Nova Scotia. Federally attributed funds, yeah. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
All right, so the increase this year over last year from the federal government, you said that they are now putting in 4.8. So what would they have put in under the old cap in the last fiscal year?
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you take away that 25% increase, it's 7.4 million, and the federal contribution will be 4.4 million.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you. So those numbers appear in this budget. So let's just review your budget increase this year from 40 million to 45 million, an increase of 4.8. We back out the 2 million for the transfer from environment and climate change. So the budget increase is 6.9% or 2.7 million. Am I correct that of that $2.7 million increase to the budget, that only 400,000 of that is coming from the federal government, or are there other federal contributions to this budget increase?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no other federal increases.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister, and it's part of the budget that I don't generally get into, but am I correct that, well, maybe you could educate me here. The general revenue fund, the ordinary revenue summary is showing 5.36 million for agriculture, and the ordinary recoveries are 6.45. Could you just provide a bit of information on those two numbers and what that is actually saying in your budget documents?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that 5.6 million is a combination of federal recovery, I can say the vast majority of that, and there's also some third party as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
The 5.36, is that what you're talking about in the ordinary general revenue fund, ordinary revenue? You said 5.6, so one number was 6.4 and the other was 5.36.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, is through you, is the member asking on revenue or ordinary recovery?
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you. Yeah, I was asking on them both in terms of understanding, one has gone up 300,000, the other one has gone up 800,000. Just trying to get a sense of where those increases are coming from.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So dikes are capital revenue and they are $8 million. So the difference in the 300,000, the 800,000 is the difference between forecast and estimate in recovery. So there's $300,000 increase in dike TCA revenue, and the increase in recovery is related to SCAP. And if we can give you a better breakdown, we'll get it for you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South with a reminder that his end time is 9:21, so he has approximately 6 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. Didn't mean to get too deep into the weeds of the numbers, but you've got crack financial people around you, so we want to make sure that we pay attention to them a bit. My other question here is with respect to the 8 new staff that are funded externally. Could you explain those 8 new staff and who's funding them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is, again, through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, so the new policy framework. We cost share these positions with the federal government. So this is a new policy, these are new positions.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you. So they have doubled how many staff that they are covering. Is that in essence the $400,000 more that they are putting in to the department? In other words, it's not program money, additional program money that they have added, but money for staff?
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My time is coming to an end here, so I just wanted to, and perhaps the minister can forward that question at another time. Wanted to thank his staff for his questions. And just, Minister, because I do not have enough time to kind of dive into capital, I've got a few written questions here. I'm wondering if you could look at it, and perhaps they're fairly straightforward in terms of spending on capital, whether you could have a look at that and get back to me with those answers in the next few days.
I recognize the honourable minister for Agriculture.
Yeah, as soon as we can. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
So again, I want to thank the minister for responding to 2 hours of questions. I know it's challenging. I only had to go through estimates once, and you just never know what's coming. So I appreciate the work of the minister and all of his staff that have supported him through my time here during the main estimates. So I'll now turn it over to my colleague from the NDP.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering what financial supports are in the 23-24 budget for new entrants to farming.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there is $574,000 in a program called Farm Next, and there's also various initiatives that we can do through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. I would also take the opportunity to talk about some of our diversity initiatives, which brings diversity of new entrants as well. So I touched on some of them during my opening remarks, but we have 2 scholarships and summer internships. Grow Where You're Planted, honoring Mi'kmaq roots, Bridge into Agriculture, engaging African Nova Scotian youth in agriculture and community food security, Black youth planting their future, 902 Man Up, Resilient Agriculture, Demonstration Farm, and Accessibility Planning.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And so I know that you've shared those programs before. So are those part of the $574,000 that's budgeted? What other programs are included in that? And how much is there from the agricultural partnership with the federal government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no, this would be additional funding. So the new entrants may be eligible for $125,000 through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
So to clarify, each new entrant may be eligible for up to $125,000 under the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership. And what's the total amount budgeted for new entrants?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So new entrants can qualify for various programs under CAP. There's various funding levels. They may qualify for more than one, but the specific $125,000 was a total for the GROW program, and that breaks down to $10,000 per farm.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And actually, I'm curious. So what would, so farms would apply for that $10,000. What would it be used for typically?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
So it would be for small equipment and infrastructure and those sorts of things, but the program hasn't launched yet, but we'd work with each individual applicant and understand their needs on a case-by-case basis.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I'm wondering, as farmers and producers, like everyone, have been dealing with, increasing costs and the cost of living crisis, but certainly the inputs into production have increased at various rates in the agricultural sector. One area where there could be just a gesture from government in terms of recognizing the impact on farmers and producers is around farm registration rates. Is the department looking at changing farm registration rates or the scales around farm registration rates?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these farm registrations are a program through the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. We collect them on their behalf, so they're in regulations, so we'd have to change the regulations in order to change them. It supports the operation of NSFA, but we do review it every 5 years with them. But at the end, it goes to the Federation.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
In your opening remarks, you talked about the revenue of almost $500 million, I think, in exports in 2022, and noted that was an increase of 23% over 2021. Has the industry rebounded from pre-pandemic levels? So does that match or exceed? So does that match or exceed 2019, for instance?
I recognize the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to go back some of the numbers that I mentioned in my remarks. Mentioned wild blueberries are the top agri-food export at 167 million. They account for 34% of all agri-food exports in 2022. And some of our main export destinations were the United States, 55%, Germany at 8%, Netherlands at 6%, France at 5%, and Japan at 4%. Our exports are up, but in terms of specific numbers, we can send that data to the member.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island with a reminder to everyone that we are to stop at 9:50, and if you're looking at that clock, it is a minute off.
And just to clarify, is that a stop at 9:50 for the minister to provide closing comments, or are we stopping earlier than that?
We can stop earlier if you have no questions, but we have to stop at 9:50. That will be our 4 hours.
Okay. So just, so my plan will be to stop before that so that we can hear from the minister, closing comments.
All right, excellent. If we could stop at 9:45, that would be fantastic.
Okay. I'm wondering if you've seen any crops or any products in decline in terms of either total revenue domestically or export revenue, and are there crops or products that the department is concerned about and working on?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could just go back to the previous question, staff have found that number, so appreciate that. So it was $367 million in 2019. To the current question, extension staff and perennia continuously monitor crops for decline, for disease, but also, more importantly, they're always looking at new opportunities, whether that's new crops or management trials, and always looking at ways to deal with climate change or season extension. And I mentioned in my opening remarks about the Long Cane Raspberry Project as program as one example of that.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thinking about the, well, you can tell me, is the cannabis industry growing in Nova Scotia? But also thinking about, like with craft breweries and wineries, of course, businesses and farms have been able to create, amazing experiences where people can go and see the product being made and do tastings and that sort of thing, and so they're licensed to sell directly on site. And of course, it's great. It's created a whole wine trail in the Annapolis Valley and that sort of thing. Is the department in support of considering a similar approach with cannabis growers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, cannabis came in at $60 million last year. So we are evaluating this sector. It is federally regulated, but we would look at other provinces and what they're doing. But finance would be involved in any policy decisions when it comes to cannabis.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And yes, I know finance would be involved. I'm just wondering if the department was supportive of this idea. So I also wanted to ask about your collaboration with colleagues in other departments around housing issues. So as we know, housing is in crisis everywhere. You know, the Annapolis Valley this past summer, lots of folks sleeping in their cars at beaches and down roads and that sort of thing. So so it affects it affects the labor available for farms and producers, but also it affects communities and in the entire sort of rural landscape. So I'm wondering what the department and what the minister have been doing around housing.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So temporary foreign workers would be the department's main link when it comes to housing. The Farm Loan Board finances housing regularly to help facilitate labor on farms.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with a reminder of a 9:45 agreed upon.
I feel like I don't have any simple questions left, but in terms of the protection of agricultural land, is it possible to track the percentage of land that perhaps is moved officially over from agricultural land to other purposes? Is that something that we track in the province?
So while they are figuring out the answer, just to confirm, this is your final question? Okay, thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the land is tracked at the municipal level, and they would be able to provide that data.
Okay, with that being stated, we have now 4 minutes and 40 seconds for closing statements and to go over our work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would just wrap up by thanking the members for their questions, and I just say in general, it's been a heck of a year in agriculture. There's been some real challenges. You go back to Fiona, and we talked about the polar vortex, rising costs, but I am always energized by the resiliency of our industry and how they always bounce back and continue to provide such an important work to our province and outside our province, export markets, those sorts of things. So that it just continues to blow me away. No matter what challenges they face, they always rise above it. And when I talk about things that have happened this year, I really believe, I'm biased, but I do have the best staff in government, and I know how hard they've been working through SCAP, through Fiona, through the polar vortex, emerging wines region policy, the budget process, all of those things. So they've been going nonstop right up until this point, and I know the member for King South mentioned earlier about them having 3 or 4 days to get 6 applications in, and by golly, they'll do it. They'll be working day and night to get it done, to be done before the end of the fiscal year. So I can't thank the staff in my department enough for all they do. So with that, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $45,350,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution has stood. I would like to thank everybody as well with the great questions, and also the Minister and the Minister's staff. Really appreciate your time. It is now 9:48. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into Committee of the Whole on Supply. Just a note, they finished over there at 9:43 and are waiting for us, so they will, and had been waiting for us to finish this up. So I suggest to go quickly. With that being said, we are adjourned. Thank you.